Hey everybody, Lenny Ghoul here, bringing you some Diablo 2 Resurrected. Um, I know for like the 4 billionth time, but you know the funny thing about Diablo 2 is I only have one YouTube video, and it's me bitching about a bug that happened in the beta. And ironically, I have played Diablo 2 in some form or another, but before Resurrected, and then adding in Resurrected probably too. More than any other video game in my entire life. I have played Diablo 2 for like at least 10,000 hours over the course of the 20 something years that it's been out. Off and on for a long time, but yet I don't have any YouTube content for it. So I figured I'd stream some, maybe see if we can send some to the YouTubes. And I figured what better way to kick all that off than the classic tried and true Summoner Necromancer playthrough. We're not going to do it on Battle.net though. I'm going to do it offline so I have more control over what I can do. I can do the player stuff. You know, we can I don't have to sit there and like grind out boring levels, and you know, I can players aid it from the start and go in and just be like boom, you know. Why dick around? So yeah, we're gonna do it offline because it's better. There's more control, and I don't know. We're just gonna play it by ear. That's the plan anyway, and I hope you all like it, and maybe you'll learn something. Maybe you won't. Maybe I'll learn something. I probably won't. But you never know. Shit happens. And this is also good timing because yesterday the Path of Exile released a teaser video for the next season, and it's called Necropolis. And I'm all excited because I love playing Necromancer type characters and minions, and it's obviously going to have something to do with that. And that's going to be on the 29th, I think. I'm guessing, or next week, but we'll see. They didn't release any details yet. Usually they give you a couple weeks notice. But anyway, and I know there's a new Diablo 2 Resurrected season on Battle.net and all that shit, but we're not going to play that because there's nothing in it anyway. There's no incentive to go on Battle.net and play it because there's nothing there. It's a new season, but there's no, you know, they were doing like season themes and doing some updates each season, and maybe fixing some characters and tweaking some bugs. And then Diablo 4 came out and then completely flopped. And then everybody put all the resources into Diablo 4, and they just put everything else on maintenance mode. And so Diablo 2 Resurrected gets the shaft, even though it's still the better game. There's probably more people watching this on Twitch, not my particular one, but watching Diablo 2 Resurrected on Twitch than are watching Diablo 4 on Twitch. Maybe, although the latter, they finally released the Diablo 4 ladder, but that doesn't seem very exciting because they didn't do a lot with it, and most of the content creators seem pretty let down by it. So who knows? I mean, it doesn't matter, but I don't know. D4 bad, right? So with that being said, let's get going. By default, the game connects to Battle.net, but by default, I can just click offline and don't have to do it anymore. I do have other characters offline that I played a long time. I want to make sure we don't have a Lenny Ghoul. I even have a Necro, but we're going to start from fresh. The stash is shared. I don't have any really high runes in there, but I might borrow some of the runes that are in the shared stash, but I don't have anything. I don't even have like a Vex rune or anything in there, so it's not even like all the stuff in there is crap. So if we do borrow stuff from the stash, it'll still kind of work as a playthrough because there's nothing in there that's like, ooh, you couldn't have done that unless you muled it, right? Because there's like I said, there's no high runes, and I'll even show you when we build it. So anyway, let's build the character. He will be Lenny Ghoul. The offline mode, I think I can make whatever name I want offline, even if I have an online version. I believe. We'll find out. There it is. And away we go. And before we talk to Werev, I guess as a playthrough, I should probably talk to the characters and have you guys hear them and stuff. I should have, maybe I should turn the... No. I was thinking of turning the game sounds on in the VOD, but I can't because there's other things that also play that would get captured, and that might cause copyright strikes, unfortunately. So we're still going to have to not be able to do that. We'll see. Maybe at some point. Anyway, as you can see, yeah, there's nothing here crazy. The highest rune we have is Lem, right? Falco, Lem. Like, it doesn't even matter. So there's nothing here that's like, oh my god, if you end up muling one of these things over, yeah, no. Lem is like literally kind of like probably the middle of the middle rune tier. It's like not, you know what I'm saying? There's some socketed things here, sure. There might be some things we mule over. But for the most part, yeah. We're just playing, right? It's all good. I am going to shop a wand if I can, because that'll be really helpful for later. And I don't know that I can shop it at 1. I guess I can if I want just a pure skeleton wand. I think I can, but I don't think I can carry enough money. I think the most I can carry is like 50, right? Until I get to like level 2. I might have to do like 2 or 3 levels. I don't want to get to level 6 when I shop the wand, because I want to shop one that is just +3 skeleton stuff. And that would be really cool. And maybe like amp damage or something. So if I hit level 6 and I shop it, then the problem is, how much can I hold? Oh, I guess I can hold more. Okay. So then the problem is, then all of a sudden I can, it'll try to show up, it'll try to sell me skills that are at that level as well. And the other thing we're going to have to buy is a teleport staff, and I don't remember what level you have to be to buy a teleport staff. I believe it's 18? I want to say it's 18. Just to, you know, because we're not going to get Enigma, right? I mean, eventually it'd be nice, but I'm not anticipating it. Who the hell's going to anticipate getting Enigma? You know? And that's the thing too, like, just be warned. I'm not one of these guys that like you see on the YouTube videos that grind this shit out 600 hours a day and then like end up with all these amazing things. Like, I look at the guides, you don't need to. I mean, you know, because there's this is a very simple game. But I've seen them, and I've seen the gear that they pimp, and they're like, oh yeah, just put on an Enigma, put on a Hodo, put on a fucking whatever, a couple of Shakos with this in it and that and it, and like an Arachnid's Mesh and 2 SOJs and Amaras and just, you know, it's like, yeah, but you know what? That people just playing through ain't gonna find that shit. You know? And a lot of those are high runes, and they require multiple bear runes. And here's the little secret: those aren't very easy to find. I know. I will show you guys where to farm stuff like that. But just playing through, you're probably not gonna find stuff like those kinds of runes unless you're extremely lucky. So, you know, and I'm saying we're not going to stop and farm a little bit here and there when I need to, but for the most part, like a lot of those builds and things you see in those, you know, so if you're expecting one of those kind of things where you're going to have some guy like edit a bunch of footage until he finds like, you know, does like 5,000 LK runs and then it's like, look, I found a bear rune. That ain't happening. Hey Tiff, what's going on? It's my game day. Everything is so boring right now. Oh no. Well, you can, you're just in time to enjoy the story of Diablo 2. You can listen to Warive narrate, if the volume's loud enough, it should be. You can listen to Warive narrate to you the story of the game. Wow. That's good to know, Warive. Let's talk to Akara. She seems to be the leader of the camp. Maybe she knows more. Look, it's Akara. Wow. That's a long time. Oh. Foul beasts. Wow. Sounds impressive. Should we talk to other people in the camp? Let's see what Charcy has to say. Then there's one more person to talk to. Geed. And there you go. And if we wait long enough, Reeve will start the fire. It'll go. Come on, Reeve. Don't make a liar out of me. Oh, he's just warming up by it. Once it gets darker, I think the flames go up. I don't remember. It's been a long time. Anyway. I'm not gonna wait around for that shit all day. So that's basically that's the story. That's what we need to do. We have our first quests. We have to do the Den of Evil. We know about the Diablo thing. We know the overarching plot, and we also have the act boss. And Dariel was mentioned. So we have three. We have all three major components. We have the story arc, the act, the act plot, I guess you would call it, and then the individual first quests within the act plot. So what we're going to do is we're going to shop for a wand. We're going to look for a +2 or a +3 skeleton, +3 mastery. Damn, we need +3 raised skeleton. But +3 raised skeleton +2 mastery would be pretty dope too, or something like that. We're not gonna go too much. We're not gonna spend too much time on it, but we're gonna spend a little bit of time shopping a good one, because if you get hit a good one early, it'll carry you for a long time. And you don't have to worry so much about getting like a spirit shield or like a spirit sword or anything, which eventually we probably will do for a while, but we have to farm up a 4-socket crystal sword, and that's kind of a pain in the ass, and so it's just better to find it, to shop a good one. Now I think the volume might be a little loud on this for the sound effects, so I'm going to turn that down a little bit. Anyway, we're shopping at base level because it's not going to give us a lot of other options. If we start leveling up and then we go back and shop, it's gonna have a lot more things that we don't want on the wand spawn as options, and we'll have a harder time finding what we want. The easiest way to get what you want is to shop it as early as possible. Once we get that, and like I said, it may take a little while, but once it's worth it. Yeah. What's that? Prior planning prevents piss poor performance or something like that. Prior proper planning. I don't remember how that goes. It's been a long time. A lot of P's. That's right. Some +2 ones are pretty decent, but I think we can do a +3. And if we're really lucky, we get a +3/+3, but I don't. That might be asking a bit much. We're not going to hold out for that. We're just going to hold out for a regular +3. +3 raised skeleton. There it is. Ooh, +2 raised skeleton, +3 amp damage is also good. But this is really what we want right here. It has mana leech on it though. Oh man. It's 11,000. Okay, that's fine. I thought it was like going to be 114,000. I read that wrong. I was like, we can't afford that. But this is fine. It's level 4. So we're going to take this +2 as well. And once we hit +4, we're going to swap to, or level 4, we'll swap to that. Or boom, boom. All right. I usually like to put a couple of potions, or I mean, a couple of potions, couple of scrolls of town portal, couple of scrolls of ID in there, just to kind of get something going. If you can, you might have to kill some things at first. Like obviously, you can't shop a wand unless you already have some money, right? And we kind of, I guess we kind of cheated by using money we already had, but you can get the money pretty easy. What level? I didn't even check oh, we are set to difficulty 8. So one of the first things you want to do if you don't have any money, because in the Bloodmoor it doesn't matter and you'll be fine, is to go start your game. If you're in single player, this only works in single player. You can do / and type players 8. Now it's already set to 8. Or you can go into your options and you can scroll all the way down on gameplay, I believe. And you can change your difficulty scaling from 0 to 8. And what this does is simulate you being in a game with 8 other people. And the more people that are in your game, the more experience you get per monster kill. The tougher the monsters are to kill, but the higher, but you get loot for 8 people, and you get experience for 8 people. But you're only doing it yourself because the monsters are scaled to be in an 8-player game. The reason why that's good is so you can come out and you can pop a couple of chests. If you look around, here's like a house. If you really want to farm up some money really early in single player, and here's a gem shrine too. What I would do, this would be perfect. You pop the gem shrine, get your gem, go to the house, pop some gold, pop the chest, get gold, get whatever picks up, take the scepter, that's worth 5 grand probably. If it has any skills on it, it might be worth some money. It doesn't, but it can be. Pop the chests, and if you really want to, you can quit, right? Because we're in single player, and then you can join the game again. And if as long as you don't change maps, it'll be the same, but it'll reset the stuff. So you can go in again if you don't have any money. And you can say, oh cool, now I don't know if it'll reset the shrine. It does reset the shrine, and this is good because it's an experience shrine, so we're going to use it. So look, there's another thing, but we don't have a key. We probably could go back to Akara's and buy a key. But look, the house is reset. Ooh, we need keys. All right, let's go get keys for that, because that chest is going to splash a lot of stuff. So if you, I don't need to because I have money, but I'm just showing you. So you could farm that chest and that house if you wanted to. If you wanted to get some money to buy yourself a good wand early on. I'm going to keep that, obviously. So you could keep doing that. And so now we have the key. Like there's a ring, so that's going to be worth something. Probably like, it could be worth a couple $100. It could be worth 1,000, 1,500 bucks. You know, sometimes you're going to get bupkis and sometimes you're going to get decent stuff. But it's set at the player's 8 drop rate. And you'll notice the monsters aren't too tough, and we're only level 1, so we don't have any skills, but our wand, even if you don't shop a wand, you get a +1 to raise skeleton wand anyway. So at least you can raise 1, but we have a +2, so we can raise 2, and we're gonna have a +3 once we hit level 4. So we can raise 3 right off the bat, even if we put no skills points into raise skeleton. And I will show you guys the plan of attack as soon as we level of what actually we're going to do. Okay, now what I'm going to do, because we have the wand and we have the other wand, we actually have amp damage as well. So I forgot about that because it's on that wand. But at some point we won't. So the first skill I'm going to take, instead of raise skeleton, which would give us 3 skeletons right off the bat, or skeleton mastery, is I'm actually going to take amp damage. I'm going to put 1 point into it. I don't ever have to do that again, right? I got the 1 point there. I don't have to worry about this until level 12, and then when I hit level 12, I'm going to put 1 point into Iron Maiden. And those 2 things are going to be tremendous. Now, once I hit level 2, I'm going to put a point into the raised skeleton. And then at level 3, well, I am level 2. So at level 3, I'm going to put a point into raised skeleton. At level 4, I'm going to put 1 point into skeleton mastery. And then the rest of the points are going to go into raising skeletons until I hit level 6. And I get my clay golem. When I get my clay golem, I'm going to put every other point into clay golem until it's level 5. And I'm going to put points into golem mastery. Or 1 point in the golem mastery. And the reason I'm doing that, and then the rest are going to go into raise skeleton. And that's all I'm going to do the whole time. I could maybe put teeth and corpse explosion, but for now I'm gonna hold off on that. As busted and insane as corpse explosion is, I really don't like. I try really hard not to use it, because then if you use it right, then every necromancer build is really just a corpse explosion build, and nothing else really matters. And you can do whatever you want, and then just keep popping corpse explosion, and everything dies. So, it's a self-limiting thing that I'm doing on purpose, because I want to have more fun with the skeletons. At some point, I will be putting points into it, like 1 point. But for now, we're just enjoying being a necromancer, summoning skeletons and having them attack. So, that's the skill plan. So again, I'm putting the first point into amp damage because we already have some skeletons that we can raise. Now, I happen to have a wand that has amplified damage, so I didn't need to, but I'm doing it out of habit. And then the next point I'm going to take, I'm going to put 1 into the raised skeleton, and then the next point, actually, yeah, because you have to. The next point I'm going to take, I'm going to put 1 into raised skeleton, and then 1 into skeleton mastery, because you have to have 1 into that to be prerequisite for that. And then I'm going back to just keep pumping raised skeletons. And then when I hit 6, I do golem. When I hit 8, I do golem. When I do 10, I do golem. When I do 12, I do golem. When I do 14, I do golem. And then when I hit 12, I hit golem mastery. When I hit 14, I do golem. And then when I hit 16, I hit golem. And the reason I'm doing that is so that I'm still putting points into my skeletons, but I'm getting my golem to level 5. And that's really important, because once I have Iron Maiden and Clay Golem at level 5, I can actually cast Iron Maiden on the Act bosses, and Clay Golem will survive enough so that the Act bosses will kill themselves attacking the Clay Golem while cursed with Iron Maiden. And that'll work true with Endariel. I think we might have to cast him a couple of times because she has that nasty poison. It should work with Duriel. He might also jack up our Merc while we're doing it. That's okay. And then Mephisto. Mephisto we might do, well, we'll try it with it does work with Mephisto, but there's some things you can do with Mephisto to make that a little easier. You can use Decrepify if you're high enough level instead, because the Clay Golem and Decrepify will literally stop Mephisto in his tracks and he won't be able to do anything the whole time. Or you can still do the Clay Golem and the Iron Maiden trick. It's really close as to which one's better. With Diablo on normal mode, the Iron Maiden is better. And then once we get to Baal, we'll probably go ahead and switch to Decrepify at that point for boss killing, because we will have enough points by then to make that work. Yeah, actually we won't be able to use Decrepify on Mephisto, right? Because that's a 24. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I mean, maybe we might be able to hit 24 by Mephisto. I don't know. But either way, we're really going to use it on Baal. Because that's the easiest way to take Baal down with a summoner. You spam Gumby. You hit Decrepify once on Baal. And between Gumby hitting Baal and Decrepify, he literally can't do shit. And you just keep Decrepify on him, and everybody attacks him. It takes a while, but all the skeletons and shit will 1,000 paper cut him, and he will die. And it's just, and you don't have to do shit. And that is the secret to the whole thing. So that's the skill tree for normal. That's the plan for normal. That's what we're gonna do. So I am on players 8 still. We're gonna go ahead and take an experience shrine, and we're just gonna keep going. And if you don't have an experience shrine, or if you are looking for a specific thing, go ahead and quit the game and restart it. If you have a shrine in your map and it's just not the one you want, quit the game and start a new one and join, and the shrine will change, but because the map won't change in single player unless you change modes or you switch characters. Actually, I think even switching characters doesn't do it anymore. I don't remember. Yeah, it might not even be switching character. I think you have to switch acts in order to actually reset the map in single player. I haven't played single player in a long time, as you can tell. It's been a spell. Oh yeah, anyway, I forgot I had that and that. What do we say? We're gonna go 1 point there. All right. We have amplified damage. We're level 3, and then when we hit level 4, we're going to put our 1 point into skeleton mastery. There we go. Sorry, I had to think for a minute. I'm like, it is still kind of early for me. Pretty early in the morning, actually. Couldn't sleep, so I was like, let's do this. And this is what we're doing. Now, I haven't given up on like Blood Bowl or any of the other things that we're doing, or City of Heroes for that matter. We're still gonna do some of that this week. It's just that if I'm a little groggy or a little tired, I can play this and not even have to worry about shit, and I'm totally chill. And I don't get stressed out because it's just a game that I know like the back of my hand. The only big disappointments in this game is you know, maybe not getting a drop, but you don't. It's not like you're dependent on rolling a die in order to succeed at something. like what we were doing with Blood Bowl, and I was getting really frustrated, and not having a good day the other day. So this is just like chill mode today. I hope your game's going better, Tiff. It didn't sound like very much fun. You said you were bored. Oh, so we just hit level 4, right? Okay, so we can do this. Chink. Now we have +3 to raise skeleton. Now we still just get 3 skeletons. But once we hit the first 3 skeletons, then every point, I think it's every 3 points we get another skeleton. It might be every 4. I don't remember. Every couple of points we get another skeleton. And every point you put into it makes all of the skeletons stronger. So it's not just about getting another skeleton. It's also making them stronger. Alright, so once you see Flavy here, I don't know what her name's supposed to be, but that's what I call her. You know that you're at the end of the Bloodmoor, and you can go outside real quick and snag the waypoint, because there's always a waypoint just on the other side of her for the Cold Plains. And once you snag the waypoint, you can go back into the Bloodmoor and then find the cave, and then that way when you leave the cave you can portal out of it and then just take the waypoint back to your next area, which is going to be the Cold Plains, and you don't have to worry about backtracking. Now, because we're on Players 8, it does take a little longer for these monsters to die, but we're still getting a lot of experience for it. We're getting a lot of stuff for it. And our drops are going to be a lot better. We're going to get more gold than usual. You know, every time we pop like a big chest or whatever, it's going to have a lot of stuff in it. If it's a big chest. When we kill a champion boss like the boss inside of the cave here, the Den of Evil, when we kill the boss inside of there, he'll drop like a lot of stuff. He'll drop, you know, for sure a couple of rares. Maybe if we're really lucky, he drops a unique item. And there's some really good low-level unique items. This is one of the things that makes Diablo stand out from most all other ARPGs, Although PoE has a couple too. PoE figured this out. They're one of the few that actually realized the importance of this. There are low-level unique items in this game and in PoE that you can use for the rest of your character's career. And if you're lucky, you find those things. So that way, when you're finding things, it's not just junk that you're going to throw away. If it's a unique item, it's actually a unique item. It's worth finding. But they don't drop very often, right? They're very hard to find unique items in this game. But when you find them, at least the lower level ones, they're pretty good for a while. Some are better than others. Obviously, some are junk and some aren't, like most unique items. But they're not all junk, and the low level ones, it doesn't necessarily, in this game, the level of the unique item doesn't really make a difference, because unique items in this game are unique because they have a unique property. The unique items in the other Diablo games, in Diablo 3 and Diablo 4 or whatever, completely missed the mark on what made a unique item unique in Diablo. They're just dumb. Like, it's different people making the games. They had no idea. It's not even the same company. Right? It's a totally different company that made Diablo 3 and Diablo 4 and Diablo Immortal and all that bullshit, or whatever it's called. Level 5. We're still at 3. And they didn't even know what made it. So, oh yeah, so what makes it so special? Well, what makes it so special is that unique items in Diablo 2 have unique properties on them that no other item can have. Except for some set items. But the set items came much later. And when later iterations of the game were released, later patches and stuff, that was actually the different company who didn't really understand how, like, the uniqueness of unique items. And so some of the set items, while they're also pretty crazy, or not set items, I'm sorry, I said set items, I didn't mean set items. What I meant to say was the ones, because some set items also have those. What I meant to say was rune word items. So unique items have something that no other items have, except some rune word items also have those properties. And the reason the rune word items have those properties is because the people who worked on the later iterations of Diablo 2 patches, much later, after Blizzard North was gone, we're still adding rune words and stuff. And they kind of made them overpowered, and they did an okay job, but they didn't quite understand the point of unique items, so they kind of screwed it up a little bit. But those items are still good, right? Like, if I find a gold dagger, it's like a level 4 item or something, right? I think it is. It's something like that, right? But it has 100% magic find on it. I'm using that thing literally like forever. I will, you'll switch to it right before a boss kill, or, like, that is a massive item, right? Because no other item has that on it. Or a Tarn Helm. Tarn Helm has +1 skill. It's a very low level item. It has +1 skill, but it also has, I think it also has magic find on it or something. I don't remember. There's something about Tarn Helm that makes it different. A lot of the different items are a little bit, they're like just slightly different, that no other item has the same thing exactly, so that they are unique. That doesn't always make them good, but a lot of them are good because of that. And that's like a really important distinction. Because, like, for example, in Diablo 3, there's some pretty good unique items. There's a lot of really shitty ones. In fact, most of them suck. Almost. The only ones that don't suck. Well, I can't say that. Most of them suck. And the thing about the difference in Diablo 3 is they're all based on level. So if you find an amazing item in Diablo 3, like a unique item at level, and you're only like level 5 or whatever when you find it, it's gonna suck. Like once you hit like maybe level 15 or whatever, it'll obsolete itself because the way the items work in Diablo 3 are more about stat sticks than they are about what the item can do for you. And even the ones that do have things that can do extra skills for you are still not as good as the level 70 versions. So even if you manage to find like this really cool thing, you're like, oh, like Leoric's Crown is like a great leveling item, right? But maybe that's a bad example because that one is actually better until level 70. But most items in Diablo 3, I think that's the only exception. Because of the experience thing. But most of the items in Diablo 3 are like, you know, all of them outside of those couple items are crap until because of the level. Because the level 70 is always going to be better than the level 69 version. And in the way that it's better significantly because of the way itemization works. And because power creep is so huge, nobody's attacking even with nap. I don't understand why not in my game. Oh, that sucks, dude. But yeah, anyway, the itemization's awful. Let's just put it that way. In I don't need this stuff. I don't know why I'm picking it up. The itemization's awful in Diablo 3 because oh yeah, okay, so because it's everything's a stat stick, and that's really the problem. There's so much power creep in the game that the only thing, like the thing that matters the most on the items is your main stat. And for weapons, it's the damage plus the mains. Like it's the damage, but only on the weapons itself. Regardless of what weapon it is, and that's the other problem, right? In Diablo 2, weapons make sense. In Diablo 2, if I have a wand, if I have a sword that does like 30 to fucking 47 damage. Okay, if I have this dagger that does 1 to 5 damage, that's great. But this dagger only does 1 to 5 damage if I'm stabbing somebody with it. It doesn't do 1 to 5 damage added to my skeletons, because why would it? That doesn't make any sense. But in Diablo 3, all of the items do that. So regardless of what I'm carrying in my hands, every spell that I have in the game, every skill I have, gets its damage based off of what I'm using in my hand, regardless of whether it's a wand or a bow or anything, regardless of what I'm using as an attack, right? Like, it's just really stupid. It's completely disconnected. It doesn't make any sense. You know? It's just, It's just dumb. The whole thing is messed up. I could talk shit about this forever, so I'll just kind of stop. But basically, yeah, that's the big difference between like Diablo and Diablo 4 is kind of the same way because they have item power and shit, which is the same fucking thing. It's like, no, dude, you're missing the ball. Like, having item power on an item means that the highest level item is always going to be better than the lower level item, and the lower level item is never going to be used. It's going to be dog shit. So they had this thing, oh, well, we'll remedy it by doing this thing. Oh, I don't have, that's right, I don't have a cube yet. Let's put these back. So they were going to remedy it by doing this thing where this gimmick where you can steal a special power off of an item and then apply it one time to a greater item. But if you do that, you still have to wait until you get the max level item to apply that special power to. Otherwise, you're wasting it. And you're only going to get a max level item when you're already max level. And at that point, who fucking cares? Like in Diablo 2, the cool thing about this is getting to level 99 is a metric pain in the ass. But it's achievable. It just takes a long time. And it's kind of tough, but it's doable. And there's so many cool things to find that you can make that as an end game goal. And you don't have to wait until you're level 99 to use shit, right? Or to even find shit. So in Diablo 4, you gotta wait till you're level 100 before you can use, like, you know, the best thing, because otherwise you're wasting it by putting on a lower level item or whatever the fucking thing is. That's the whole point. So it's just a different game, and it's just dumb. And I don't even understand like why they couldn't figure that out. Like how are they so bad at that shit? I'm just gonna stash this little one because it's a really good starter one at some point. How are they so bad at this shit that they can't even just look to games that they already have that exist and be like, oh, this is the really easy solution to the problem that we have? Like, duh. I don't know. That's why they're a bad company. Anyway, we hit level 6, so I'm going to go ahead and clay golem. And clay golem. There we go. So now what we're going to do is at level 8, we're going to put another point in it. At level 7, we'll put a point in a skeleton. We're going to alternate between skeleton and clay golem until clay golem is has 5 points in it. I might go 7. Well, I think 5. I think 5 is good. I think 5 is good. I think that was the magic number that I ran into. Anyway. Let's see, quest log. Oh yeah, I didn't turn in my quests. Also, as you level, you get stat points, but I generally don't put points in my stats until I need them in this game, because you don't have to. And if I'm not dying, I don't need points into life. And eventually, I'm going to put most of my points into life. But I'm also at some point going to need to be putting points into my strength until I have enough strength to use the gear that I'm going to use. And that is generally, I believe it's 148. I could be mistaken on that. I have to look it up. But I believe that's a strength requirement for a 4-socketed Monarch shield, which is what is kind of standard for most characters when they're leveling up. You get a 4-socketed Monarch in Hell, and that allows you to make the spirit in the Runeward Spirit and a shield, which is +2 skills, which is massive. So, and a bunch of resists. Oh, so I did turn it in. I didn't kill all the monsters in the den. Wait, what? Holy shit. What was I doing? Wow. I was babbling so much I didn't kill all the monsters in the... What am I guess I should pay a little bit more attention next time. So I got going on how bad Diablo 4 and Diablo 3 were. I just completely lost track of what I was doing. That's hilarious. Anyway, so you always want to kill these little shaman guys first because they resurrect all the other guys. And if you don't kill the shaman first, they'll just keep resurrecting the other guys that you kill. And it gets kind of annoying. And then you have to keep killing them over and over again. Like this guy, here's a shaman. He killed this motherfucker. And there's usually like one straggler in the cave that you missed. There's two right now. They're probably around the bend over here. See the little mini map? Probably over here. They aren't. Ooh. Great. Now we gotta go hunt them down. Excuse me. There's one. We got one more somewhere. There he is. The zombie. What a trip. So no, is everybody just boycotting you or what? Or nobody showing up? I don't understand what you're telling me. Except that, like, I understand that no one's attacking. I just don't know why. Or maybe you don't know why. Is the game jacked up? The game could just be jacked up. It's a ghost town. It could be that it's like Sunday morning at 6 o'clock. Oh. All right, so we bought ourselves a superior hunter's bow. And the reason why we did this is because our next quest is going to be... Did I turn that in? Yeah. Our next quest is going to be from this chick right here. She's going to tell us to kill Bloodraven, and when we do, she will give us a mercenary, and that mercenary will use that bow, and we're going to put some gems in the bow so that it does even more damage. I want to raise the dead as zombies. Why do I get skeletons? It's not fair. Anyway, so we're going to go to Bloodraven. So the easiest way to find Bloodraven is to just follow the fucking path. And it'll go to the stony field. At some point the path is going to branch to two places, and one will take you to Bloodraven and one will take you to the stony field. If it takes you to the stony field, go to the stony field and find the waypoint and then come back. Oh, I can get 4 skeletons now. Woohoo! It's easy to go off the beaten path, but because that's where all the monsters are. But eventually you want to make your way back to the path, because the path will always lead you where you need to go. It's like the yellow brick road and shit. If the game sounds start getting too loud again, let me know and I'll turn them down. Because sometimes when you start fighting a lot of monsters, it gets really loud. It might start sounding a little pornographic. A lot of oohs and ahs. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah. 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 So far it's alright, a tiny bit loud, but I can hear you. Alright. Well, I don't mind turning it down a little bit. Leave the NPC speak up, but maybe turn that down to like 55. So you can still hear the NPCs when they read the thing. Not enough mana. Says that like every 5 minutes. Actually, like every 30 seconds. Because I'm always running out of mana. He changes it up a little bit. The burial grounds, that's what we needed. Then we have to find Blood Raven. I'm making room for loot. He's gonna show up here in a minute. Start getting close to the inside. We might be able to level before then. There it is. Do we put our last point in? I think we're at skeleton again. And then the next one goes into Golem. Alright, she'll be right down over here as soon as we kill these guys. Now, Blood Raven's kind of tricky on players 8 because she'll run around and shit. And while my minions are fighting other things, she's off, like, creating more distractions for my minions. So you kind of need to beat her up yourself a little bit. Make sure you cast her when you can. Or you curse her when you can. When you have enough mana. And try to kite your minions over to attack her. You can see she's kind of a pain in the butt. What's really crazy is for some reason in one of the mods, PD4. Wait, no, PD2, I think. Or maybe it's Median XL, I don't remember. One of them, Blood Raven, is tougher than Andariel. I don't know why they did that, but they did. She's like a major pain in the ass. She's already tough as it is. Well, it's not that she's tough, it's just that she's like, it takes a long time to kill her. She's a pain in the ass. Because she runs around and she just ran around again. And she has that poison attack. Now, this is players 8 though, so it's usually not this tough on normal levels. It's usually pretty easy. But yeah, she's not horribly hard. She's just annoying. She's tough to like take your time. Now, some people like to loot these, and if you're looking for loot, you can definitely loot the mausoleum and the crypt. Important note, in hell mode, these two places are farmable for some of the best items in the game. They are level 86 plus areas, which means every item in the game can drop from those. So they're a really good source of high level bases and unique items and all kinds of things. Pretty much anything you want, which is really good because in hell mode, right, in Act 1, it's nice to have a place in Act 1 that is very accessible, that you can find like some of the best things in the game, so that you can have a place to farm in Act 1 that's relatively easy to deal with. Because a lot of the places in Act 1 aren't, or just in general in hell mode, aren't easy to deal with. And farming things, you have to find the right spots to farm stuff, and you know, and there's a lot of level 86 areas in the game, but that's one of the first, like, those two are the closest to the beginning of hell mode that you're ever going to find to an 86 item, is those two right there, or to an 86 area. So it's really convenient that it's like right at the beginning of hell mode. It's a really, really good place to find a 4-socketed Monarch, actually, of those two. You just reset them a couple of times, you're probably going to get one. That's important because a lot of people look for 4-socketed Monarchs once they get to hell mode, because that's the first time you're going to find a non-paladin shield, a non-paladin only shield, that has 4 sockets, and you need a 4-socketed non-paladin only shield if you're not a paladin and you're trying to make that spirit rune root I was talking about in the shield, which is one of the best shields in the game for most characters. Summoners you can do a little better, but it's still really, really good. It's fantastic. So that's why it's such a sought after item, is that 4-socketed Monarch shield. As a base item too, it's just, you just want to throw sockets in it. So it's not even really that hard to find. It's not like a unique item. It's just that it's an elite item, and it's the first place that you're going to find them. That or Nightmare, I think Nightmare Cows, but I don't think, maybe not. I don't even think Nightmare Cows can drop it, can it? I think you have to actually be in hell mode to get a 4-socketed Monarch. I could be wrong, but I'm like 90% on that. So anyway, those are really good places to find those. Okay, so now we're going to the other direction because we already got Bloodraven. Now we could have went right back to town, right? And then turned in our quest and got our mercenary. Or we're doing what we're doing, which is going to the Stony Field, finding the waypoint, and then going back to town. So because I know what we're doing, we're sort of like making a more efficient route to do what we need to do. Kind of. Plus, we're getting a lot of experience from killing these things, so. Although, I'm gonna have to start putting some points into my vitality, or I'm gonna fucking die. Because we're playing on players 8, so these are like champions. But look how much experience I got from the one kill. From the one minion kill. Boonk, like a whole chunk. Like we're gonna level in like a second. Like as soon as we kill one more of these guys. If we can kill one. Come on. There we go. There we go. I think that while we do want to find the waypoint, I think we probably want to go back and get our mercenary at this point because these things are pretty tough right now. And that'll help it a little bit. And now that we're level 9, she'll be like level 7, I think. Or we can get like level 7 ones or something. They may give us the level 4 one, but we can probably buy a level 7 one. I'm not sure how the reward works. Let's kill this champion and then we'll go back to town. You notice I stood away from the champion before she died, and the reason was because you see that big cold explosion? She has an on-death effect where because anyone that's cold enhanced will have an on-death effect of casting a cold nova. Anyone who's fire enhanced will have an on-death effect of casting a like a fireball or fire ring of fireballs. And then the ones that are lightning enhanced, when they die, they will do charge bolts. Or it might be a regular nova, I don't remember. I think it's a regular nova. So knowing that, when you see a monster that has that modifier on it, you want to like move away right before they die so you don't get hit with it. It's not enough to kill you usually, but you still don't want to take the damage. Right? Because you never know. Sometimes it is. They might have like multi-shot lightning enhanced on it or something like that, and then it will kill you. It'll like one-shot you. You're like, fuck, dude. Alright, let's go back to town and get our mercenary. Excuse me. Alright, so they gave me... What's her name? That's funny. Wait, it's not F. Is it P? No, wait. I don't remember what the hotkey is. Oh. Her name is... It's Alexa. And if I had Alexa, I'd be triggering it right now. That's probably why they named her that. Yeah. And D2R to be just to be dicks. No, I don't know. Give me a second. I gotta do something off screen here. Oops, that's me. Okay, we're back. Anyway, so she is Cold Arrow, which is good, and she has Freezing Arrow, which is awesome. We're probably not going to keep her to level 30. So it really doesn't matter that she has Freezing Arrow. But it's kind of cool anyway. Because if for some reason I do decide to keep her till she gets Freezing Arrow, they're really good at with, like, that's a really good skill. So like, it's not a bad idea if you want to have a Freezing Arrow Merc. I usually do the cold because at least when she hits stuff, it slows it down. When she Freezing Arrow as a skill, if she does get to level 30, if we were to keep her to that point, every time she shoots a pack of monsters, they all freeze. It's pretty sweet. It's a pretty good deal. But because I'm using like summons and stuff, it doesn't really matter. So all right. One time Mike was out of town. We were talking about Let It Go, the song from Frozen. Mike was watching Netflix and some person was named Alexia, so all of a sudden his Kindle started playing Let It Go. That's hilarious. It happened like 3 times before he realized how come. Yeah. People used to one of the streamers from back in, who was it? It was either Quinn or Bloodshed, had text to chat as an option on his stream, and he also had Alexa and Siri and the other one. There was like 3 of them that he had, and they were all turned on because he used them while he was chatting. He'd be like, so and so, tell me a joke, and then they would, and then you would hear it in the stream. So people figured that out, and they started doing text to chat stuff, telling his, and for some reason he was using speakers, so you could hear, like, it could hear the text to chat stuff as opposed to headphones, right? And so it would be like, chat would be like, Alexa, do this. He's like, oh shit, and then like Alexa would do the thing, and he's like, god damn it, like, and then he thought it was funny, so he left it on for a while. But yeah, chat would interrupt with like text to chat stuff and have Alexa do different things. It was pretty funny. But sometimes it'd be like, Alexia, tell me a dirty joke. You know, it'd get a little spicy sometimes. I think it was Bloodshed, but I'm not 100%. I don't want to say it was if it wasn't. All right, because she's over level 5 and we have some of these in our stash, we're going to use one of these flawed topazes because this is now going to make her weapon like way better because it's going to be 14 damage. And we're going to use a flawed ruby because that's going to do more fire damage. And we're going to use a flawed emerald because that's going to do 20 poison damage over 4 seconds, which is pretty nice. So now she has a bow that shoots fast, and it was the superior hunter bow that we bought, so it already has more damage, it has +1 maximum damage. It's a fast attack one because it's a hunter bow, and it does 5 to 8 lightning damage, 1 to 14 lightning damage, or 5 to 8 fire damage, 1 to 14 lightning damage, 20 poison damage over 4 seconds, and because she has cold arrow, that also stacks, so it's also going to do the cold damage as well of 5 to 6, and then chill the monsters for a couple seconds, which doesn't freeze them, it makes them move slower. So now when you add, she only does 4 to 9 damage, but when you put this on, because we stack all this damage, now she does 31 to 58 damage, which is insane for like a level 8 character, right? For this like low level shit. Now our lowly rogue is like mercenary is like a total badass. And we can go back to the stony field and finish what we're doing. Now we weren't even told to go into the stony field yet. Which we should do. We should talk to Akara. And then she'll tell us to do that, I think. Maybe she didn't. Wait a minute. Didn't somebody tell me to go to the stony? Maybe she did. She did, and I ignored it. That's right. So we need to go to the stony field because in the stony field is the underground passage, and that will give us the tree of Infinus, and that will give us the scroll that will open the Karn stones in the stony field that allow us to go into Tristram, to Old Tristram, and rescue Cain from this cage that he's been locked in apparently for a couple of years or something. I don't know what's going on with that. And we rescue Cain. That is our next quest. And also, while we're at it, we need to look for the tower in the Black Marsh beyond the Darkwood. But that's a separate quest. So let's go back to the stony field. Now that we are armed with Super Merc. And then also on top of the damage she's doing, because we're going to cast Amplify damage, she's going to do a lot more damage to the monsters who are cursed with it. It's a pretty big deal. And we're getting all this crazy loot off of every drop because we're on players 8. And we're getting some insane experience too. Now once we get to Tristram, if we aren't level like 18 yet at that point, which I don't think we will be, or maybe it's 16, we're gonna grind Tristram a little bit to get some levels up, because there's really good experience in Tristram at players 8 between, I think it's between like 10 and 15 or 16 or something. I don't remember if it's 16 or 18, but anyway, you can get a lot of good experience here. So this is the actual underground passage that we need, and we did grab the waypoint. But what we should look for anyway, even though we don't need to right now, is the current stones, because that's where Rakanishu is, and this will give us a second, like another chance to farm them, and it's right here, and there's Rakanishu. Rakanishu is the unique Flayer, and he can drop gold daggers sometimes. And he didn't. But that's okay. He still dropped nice. He dropped us a shiny yellow thing. And a key. So these are the current stones. But we can't do anything with them until we get the Scroll of Infinite. So that's where we're going to the underground passage. Now, I think I got a skill. Yeah. So our next point goes into Clay Golem. And that should be 3 or 4. That'd be 4. Once we hit level 12, we're going to put 1 point into Iron Maiden. And 1 point into Golem Mastery. If we have extra points to spare. So we can save points. Also, we're making our way to the Dark Wood, which is really important. Because once we're in the Dark Wood, the Necromancer skulls can drop. The shields. They're not skulls. They're, what the hell are they called? Shrunken heads. Which are basically like shields for Necromancers. And they have stats on them. So, every character has a unique item type that is unique to only that class. And that is the one that's unique to the Necromancer. No other class can use it. Paladins have a specific type of shield. Sorceresses have these little orbs. It's kind of like a wand or a staff, but it's actually one of these. They have sorcerer skills on them. Now, staves also have sorcerer skills on them, and wands have necro skills on them. But wands and staves aren't necessarily, like, you know, limited to just the Necromancer or the Sorceress. So, they have their own special thing, and that's what that is. Barbarians have the dumbest one. They have these special helmets, but they look awful. We're gonna go in here just for shits and giggles. More experience. Why not? We are on Players 8. Maybe we get some loot drops. There's a chest in here somewhere that's really big. Let's see what else is there. Amazon gets a special type of bow and a special type of spear. They actually get 2, which is pretty crazy. Because Amazon specializes in bows and or spears. So they get both. And neither one of them are really all that good. And the assassin gets a bunch of different types of claws that only an assassin can use. The druid gets pelts, which is basically a helmet that has druid skills, but it looks a lot better than the stupid barbarian helmet with barbarian skills. Is that everybody? Am I missing somebody? I think I covered everybody. I think that's all the characters. Anyway, if not, well, whatever. Sorry. I think that's all of them. But yeah, they each have their own special thing. And then there's some unique items that are also those item types, so that like only paladins can use this one unique item, right? Or only sorceresses can use, like, you know, the Oculus, right? It's like a specific orb for sorceresses or whatever. It's a unique orb, and since only sorceresses can use orbs, they have their own unique shit. It's kind of cool. Now this is the case where you would use corpse explosion and then blow everything up when everything's sitting there and it's being a pain in the ass to kill. Which I haven't taken yet because I'm still reluctant to do it, but I probably am going to have to at some point. Because it's just one of those fucking skills. It just happens to be like the greatest Necromancer skill in the game. It's one of the greatest skills in the entire game. The problem is it's too good, and then no matter what you do as a Necromancer, you're really just building a vehicle to use that skill, and it's a crutch, and I hate it, and I wish they'd remove it from the game. And the reason why I wish they remove it from the game, even though it's such a great skill, is because it completely invalidates anything else you do. Like you can spend all this time making this really cool summoner, right? But at the end of the day, which is what we're gonna do, but we just have to pretend like corpse explosion isn't like amazing. Because at the end of the day, corpse explosion is really all that matters. Is you make one corpse and then you pop corpse explosion and everything dies. It's just too powerful. It's always been that way. It's always been way too powerful. I don't know why they still insist on it being the game. I really wish they would at least nerf it or get rid of it and then buff other things because it's no longer there. And then that way the Necromancer could be more unique in the different types of skills that he uses. So, Grammy, what's going on? He's playing hardcore. Nice. He's playing Diablo 2. Is it Ziggy D? He doesn't usually play Diablo 2, but I know that he can. He's a streamer who from New Zealand who plays ARPGs. Is it Crip Herring? No, Crip's not from New Zealand. I don't think it would be Quinn. I don't think Quinn plays Diablo 2. Leaky Cougar and Zoa the Lone Wolf. Oh, okay. I've never heard of those guys. But, you know, that doesn't... It's not surprising. I haven't heard of a lot of people. Leaky is in Belgium. Nice. They're probably if they're on hardcore, they're probably all if they're either speed running or they're playing on BattleNet trying to grind the ladder. I'm just doing like a playthrough, so we're on single player doing players 8 stuff. Right on. What level are we? Oh, 12. Oh, let's put the Golem Mastery. And then Iron Maiden. We gotta kill these fucking shaman. Yeah, he's playing on BattleNet. That's fine. What we're doing is we're playing in single player, but we're simulating an 8-player game. But we're soloing it. So we get a lot more experience. The monsters are a lot tougher, but we get a lot more experience and a lot better drops. Because it's emulating it's pretending like there's 8 players in the game. Except they aren't. And we're having to do the damage of 8 players. Well, eventually you get used to it. It just depends on what you're doing. The game's really not all that hard, so it's not too bad. If you don't know what you're doing, it would be pretty tough. For sure. And some areas are really tough, like act bosses, right? You have to know what you're doing. It's a lot tougher for melee characters, for sure. Because I have to get in there and get in the shit and get beat up and stuff. But like, I haven't even put a single point into my into anything actually in my stats. Because we don't get hit very often. Part of that's because I know what I'm doing. And a lot of it's because I have minions. But it's also because I know what I'm doing when I have minions. Like, I know not to stand in the middle of the shit. Right? I know, like, where I need to stand to get away from things. Takes a while for people to figure that out when they play minion characters. You can't just trod through like, you know, you own the place, because you will get hit and you will get fucked up. So you kind of have to like you have to move up to get the minions to engage and then run away so that you don't get hit. Shit, we gotta go back here. Is it really all the way the fuck back here? Oh my god. Alright. I'm looking at the mini map. That's pretty cool that your buddy's playing hardcore though and he's still alive, because it's not that hard to play hardcore, but like I don't know. I always end up forgetting I'm playing hardcore when I play hardcore. And then I end up getting lazy and then I end up dying off something really stupid because I'm not paying like 100% attention to something or whatever. I'm just running through and then boop, dead. Oh shit. You know. I definitely play more hardcore Diablo 2 than Path of Exile, that's for sure. Path of Exile hardcore, fuck that. There's a lot of people that play it, and I just can't do it. That's too much for me. It's just, it just takes too long to get shit like, and PoE is so like, in Path of Exile, if you don't take damage most of the time, and then when you do, if you're lucky, you take little hits. But once in a while, you just get one shot out of nowhere from off screen, and you have no idea what killed you. And that happens kind of frequently in PoE. And people that play hardcore are basically just surviving until that happens. And it's like, it's so rough. I know there are people who can overcome it, and they're amazing, and I'm not there yet. So, you're like eating a taco and then it's gone. Exactly. You eat a taco and then it's gone. And then what do? You gotta get more tacos. You gotta start over. Now, with tacos, it's okay because the journey is worth it. Sometimes in hardcore, it's okay. People really like the journey. But, I don't know, man. It's just not for me. Get more taco. Exactly. Tacos for everybody. Oh, so check this out. I don't know if I think you're a fan. I'm like torn because something just happened and I'm excited about it, and at the same time I'm pissed off about it. Because I want to buy it, but I don't want to buy the shitty one. They just finally released the Command and Conquer Ultimate Edition on Steam. The bundle. Like 2 days ago. It wasn't on Steam for a long time, but now it's on Steam. And you don't need the fucking launcher to play any of the games. Which is really cool. And it's all of the games. Including Generals, including 0 Hour. And I'm like, yeah, because I've been waiting to play General 0 Hour for fucking ever. And it's $10 right now. It's on sale. You get every... Red Alert 2, Command & Conquer, Command & Conquer 2, Command & Conquer 3, Command & Conquer 4, Tiberian Sun, General 0 Hour, like all of it, all the shit, all of them. But there's a problem. And the problem is they did the same bullshit that fucking Rockstar did. And what Rockstar did when they re-released some old games on Steam is they went out and found cracked versions. They were so lazy they couldn't even just get the code from their own sources. They found cracked versions of their games on the internet and that's what you're buying on Steam. And people actually figured this out because they went into the fucking code because they were going to try to put some mods on them. And like in the INI files of the shit you get from Steam, it'll even say like hacked by, you know, like remember the old fucking hackers way back in the day? I think it's for the no CD hacks. They didn't want to write their own no CD stuff, so they're just using like the game copy world no CD hacks, and they're just instead of having a programmer actually write 5 fucking lines of code so that the game doesn't require a CD and recompiling it, They just got the no CD hack and packaged it with the game and threw it on the fucking code. So you're getting these games that say like hacked by fucking, you know, Jaguar X fucking, you know, Hacker Z in fucking ASCII. You remember the old Game Copy World shit? I don't know if you remember that. There used to be this site, because back in the day you used to buy games on CDs, as you remember. And you didn't want to have the CD in your computer just to play the fucking game that you bought. So you still buy the game. You weren't hacking the game. But what you did was then you applied the no CD hack on top of the game files, and then you didn't have to put the CD in every time you wanted to play the fucking game. And Game Copy World was like one of the big sites. It's still around. Game Copy World is still around. Do you believe that shit? I was blown away. He was a nice guy though. There you go. But anyway, yeah, so these motherfuckers are selling the game like that. So you don't need a launcher, you don't need their special launcher to play it, but it's because the games have the no CD hacks in them. But they're not, EA didn't fucking hire somebody to write a new no CD hack for it. They just stole some they did exactly what fucking Rockstar did. They just stole some shit off Game Copy World or whatever and packaged it with the Steam version. And God knows what other kind of malicious shit is in there. And I'm just like, fuck, dude, are you kidding me? So it's on, like I said, you can buy the entire collection for $10. You can't buy them individually though. I wanted to just buy Generals and Zero Hour because those are the ones I really want to play. And it said that if you were to buy them separately, they would be $1.49 or something for that. And I'm like, okay. But there's no way to buy it that way. You have to buy the whole package. So there's one of those Necromancer heads I was talking about. See? But they sometimes have Necromancer skills on it, like +1 to raise skeleton or whatever. That's what we really want. But anyway, yeah, so the stupid games, so you can buy them, but they have this like hacked version. I'm probably still going to end up buying it anyway. Because I really want to play fucking Generals and Zero Hour. Even if I only end up playing it for like 10 minutes. I don't even care. Because I don't know if you remember, if you ever played Command and Conquer Generals. But that was the one, that was the one that has the terrorists on it. The Middle Eastern terrorists. And you could basically play as the terrorists. And they had all the goofy, like, they had all the goofy voice lines and stuff. And, they had a skill called Arm the Mob. And what it was you could summon, like, this whole mob of just, like scrub terrorists or whatever, just people who were pissed off, and it would say, AK-47s for everybody. And this whole mob of people would just like, there would be like 50 people, dude, would just kind of run around and kill stuff. And then like one of them was, you could have like, they had those little trucks, those like pickup trucks with the fucking guns mounted to in the back of them. And, motorcycles with fucking suicide bombers, and they had the tunnel networks that you could do. Yeah, and China was cool too in generals. China was the other side, so you could play either China or you could play the terrorists, or you could play the United States, obviously. Yeah, China was fucking cool too, because I think that's the one where the Chinese, you could hack stuff with China, right? You had like the hacker networks and shit, and that tank was pretty badass. So anyway, I was like, oh, I gotta fire this up just so I can play the terrorists, because I used to love playing the terrorists in that game because it was so fun, just because it pissed everybody off. And like they had all these weird fucking skills. Like they didn't have, like, you know what I'm saying? They didn't have tanks and shit like that. They had their own weird shit. And they had the Scud missile launchers. And they had biological warfare, and they had like suicide bombers and shit. So everyone's like building their bases and shit. And you're like, aha. And all of a sudden, you know, you hit them with a gas attack or something. You blow up their shit with the suicide bomber. Yeah, the suicide bomber, because you could blow up buildings. They like spend like however long on a building, and you have a suicide bomber hidden out there, because they had, one of the upgrades was like an infiltrator thing. What was it called? Sleeper cell or something like that. So you could hide a suicide bomber over next to one of their buildings. I think it looked like, you know what it was? It was a disguise. The suicide bomber looked like one of their troops. And if they weren't paying attention, they didn't know that it wasn't theirs. That's what it was. And they could hang out over by that building. And then like you could just blow it up. And then their whole building goes down. They're like, what the fuck, dude? They're like, haha. And they had the tunnels. You could build a tunnel network underneath their shit. Under their bases, like from your base underneath the map into like their base. We used to play that on LAN parties all the time. That's why. It was a lot of fun. But anyway, yeah, you can buy all of them for like $10 on Steam right now, so I'm probably gonna get those today. But I'm just pissed that they're not like legit copies, you know? It's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, EA can't be asked to fucking like spend 5 minutes hiring a programmer to write a legit thing. You know? I'm telling you, everyone's just fucking lazy as shit. Programmers are so fucking lazy. And it's probably not even the programmers, it's just the companies. Right? They're like, we don't want to spend a dime to do anything. Somebody probably is like, oh, you can just get these on Game Copy World and we don't have to do anything. Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah, great. Thanks. But I thought that'd be fun to fire up one of those, if I can get one of those working. I don't know if we can get them to work on the stream though. I'd probably have to run some kind of like some kind of mods to do like windowed full screen and make sure the alt tab doesn't crash and stuff. I don't even know if it's like streamable. I don't even know if there's a category for it. Right? Like I have no idea. There probably is. Probably not for generals, but I'm sure there's a Command and Conquer category with some of the games. At least like Tiberian Sun, right? That was a really popular one. I actually, and you know what? The weird thing is, I didn't like Tiberian Sun. A lot of people really liked it, but I didn't like it because all that shit was. I didn't like the future stuff. You know, I thought that went too far with some of the future stuff. But the original CNC was cool, and the really like I think the most fun I remember having with Command and Conquer, though, even though I really enjoyed Generals, is that the very first Red Alert game, me and a buddy of mine would play that over TCP/IP, and it was one of the first things that we ever played over TCP/IP. That was still like kind of a cool idea, like just to be able to play a network game with somebody. And probably, you know what it was? I know what it was. It wasn't that. It was that we could do it over the internet. That's what it was. And we didn't have to use the Westwood service. I was able to connect to his actual IP address or something. I don't remember what it was. There was a way you could do it over IP over the internet without having to use the Westwood matchmaking service. I think that's what it was. Anyway, it was Red Alert, not even Red Alert 2, but the original Red Alert. And we would fuck each other up all the time. Like he'd build a base and I'd jack it up, and I'd build a base, he'd jack it up. Like that was fun. It was so cheesy, but we were just like, oh my god, that's so cool. Oh, look at the Tesla coil, right? That was like the big thing. The Tesla coil was like this really big deal. Way back. That goes back. That's probably like 90 something. Like 90, maybe 97 or 98. Red Alert game. Oh wow. What's going on with my Google? That's Red Alert 2. 1996 was Red Alert. So when was the original Command and Conquer then? 95? Because Red Alert was the like expansion, wasn't it? Command and Conquer. Yeah, actual Command and Conquer. 1996. Oh, 1995. Yeah, okay. So Command and Conquer was 1995, and then Red Alert was 1996, and that was a really big deal to play games over the internet in 1996. That was a really really big fucking deal, and I remember that's why we were so excited about it. And then we also ended up playing Doom 2 a lot over the internet. And then at that time, And then when Soldiers at War came out, we would play that over the internet. And then also Rainbow Six, but I think that was like 98. The original Rainbow Six. Not even like Rogue Spear. Rainbow Six was... Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Why is it so hard to look shit up now? It used to be so easy. You just type it in and boom, it was right on the side. Now it's all fucking... Fucking shit's stupid. 1998. Okay, so I was right. We played the shit out of that one too. Anyway, sorry. So I figured that would be fun if I get that and played a couple one-off Red Alert games or something, or whatever, Command and Conquer games. All right. It's going to be F3. Cool. Did I get the waypoint for... Yeah, I did. I got the Darkwood waypoint. All right. I have to get back to the program here. Okay, I have to go save Kane. And let's put some points in here. Let's put this up to 50. Oh shit, I forgot. I could have done my strength. Because I have that shield. Hold on. We're gonna buff our strength up to like 60 something. At some point we're gonna need 168, but I have Saigon Shield, which is +1 skills. So I need 75. Oh, I do have a 4-socketed crystal sword. Holy shit. So I'll get a spirit pretty quick then. I didn't realize I already had the sword. Okay, that'll be cool. So yeah, once I hit a couple more strength, we'll go ahead and throw Saigons on, because that'll give us some blocking and +1 all skills, which is nice. Which is better than this, which is not doing shit. Anyway, let's go save Kane. So what level are we? We are level 14. I don't know how long we're gonna be able to farm Tristram, but I think we can get to like 17 or 18 from farming Tristram. We'll see. I do get another skeleton. I know that. Save Kane. He's saved. Kill everything. So what's new with you, Grammy? What you got going on? Kill us some Griswold here. Poor Griswold, he didn't mean any harm. He just ended up a zombie. He's cursed though. Nice. Boom, 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 boom. Oh yeah, so there's some. I'm gonna have to look for mods. I was just thinking about that with the generals, because I'm also gonna have to get it to run at like 1080p, and I'm pretty sure it won't natively do that, because I think it was made for. I think when 0 Hour came out, it was made for 1024 by 768 was max. It might have been 1280, but I seriously doubt it. Either way, it's like a letterbox. It's not a letterbox. It's a square resolution for the old school square monitors. The CRT resolution. That's what I was looking for. For them old ass huge brick square monitors that weighed like 400 pounds. I do not miss lugging those around. We used to go to LAN parties back before they had the little flat panels, man. And, you know, laptops weren't great for gaming at the time. So, we had to lug around like like monitors and shit that were like 40 pounds. Hope you don't drop it. Right? All right. Let's. Oh, yeah. Forgot we did save Kane. Turn everything in. All right. Now we're gonna do it again. Because in single player it saves the maps. So we can just farm Tristram a couple of times and get some pretty good experience. And we know where it is because it's always there. And Rakanishu's going to be there. We kind of farm Rakanishu while we're at it. No, he didn't drop shit. Thought I heard a gem. Oh, there it is. I thought I heard a gem. Did this get changed? I'm going to see how much experience we get from Grizzy, but I wonder if this got changed. I mean, that was decent. I guess it's alright. Because it had just champion bosses in here, that's right. I remember now. This is one of those areas where corpse explosion would like be pretty huge. Yeah, we're getting really good experience here from the champion bosses. I need mana. I need mana. And I think our final point into Clay Golem. And now it's all about, from here on out, it's until we hit level 24, we're just pumping skeletons. And that's it. Our golem should be able to sustain at level 5. It should be able to sustain most bosses. There we go. Level 15. Now, I don't remember if 15 was the cutoff or not, but we're going to find out. We'll do one more, and if we don't get shit for experience, then we'll know it's just, we'll just go to, just make our way to Andariel. And oh, we have to do the, I forgot, we have to go do the, the fucking tower. That's right. We got some things we need. We need a Tal-Eth. I think we already have it. We need 2-socketed armor for me and for her. I think I have 2-socketed armor. Why am I here? What? Why am I not paying attention to what I'm doing? Oh, Stony Field. Okay. I thought I was in the fucking Dark Wood for a minute. I'm losing my fucking marbles, guys. So, these guys will sometimes say Colenso. And then in Diablo 3, they'll say Rakanishu. Because you killed Rakanishu in Diablo 2. And in Diablo 1, you kill Colenso. But Colenso comes back in Act 5, I think, for some reason. But Colenso was from Diablo 1, I believe. Or no, maybe Diablo. Yeah, I thought Colenso was in Diablo 1. I know he's also in the throne room. Now I have to look it up because I don't remember. Colenso the Annihilator. He is in Act 5. But yeah, sometimes they say Colenso like as a rallying cry. But I thought Colenso was also... Yeah, much like Bishbosh, the fallen shamans will sometimes say his name. They, along with Rakanishu, are both regarded as some sort of demigod heroes amongst the fallen ranks. But I thought he was in Diablo 1 as well. Apparently not. All right, I was wrong. Well, I know he's in Act 5, so I got that right. But I could have sworn he was in Diablo 1, but I was thinking of something else. But anyway, yeah, you'll hear the Fallen sometimes will say Colenso's name, and sometimes they'll say Rakanishu. Rakanishu. And they'll go Colenso. It's like their little rallying cry. They're super uniques. And I think in Diablo 3 they also say Rakanishu. He makes an appearance in one of the quests. In Diablo 3, in one of the little side quest thingies. One of the bounties. Yeah, we're not getting a whole lot of experience here, so we're gonna move on after we're clean this place out. So 15 is kind of the cutoff then for Tristram. It's just been so long since I've fucking like paid attention to this crap that I don't remember. What's the name of the fucker who steals the sign in Diablo 1? Is that Garabad? It must be who it is. Something like that. Maybe I got him confused with Calenza. Ogden's in the sign to Ogden's Inn. They steal it because they think it's magic because it has a sun on it. And one of the quests in Diablo is to get the sign back. Like, you get magic banner or we attack. When the monsters actually talk to you. All right, let's go back. Let's finish up. Let's go get the Black Marsh and get ourselves some low-level runes. Oh, there's another preserved head. +3 skeleton mastery. Oh, that's way better. There you go. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Pick up this armor. Let me see something. All right. We're gonna make us like our first rune word pretty soon, which is Tal-Eth, I think. Stealth. Tal-Eth. It's pretty good little armor for leveling up. It'll carry us through normal mode. Alright, we need to find the waypoint. And then we go into the cellar. Or into the tower. The tower cellar. The Countess. I guess that is kind of loud, isn't it? I was just looking at the combat noises. I'll turn that down. That'll probably be a little better. Because what happens is it's fine once, like for 1 or 2 hits, but then when it starts piling up, it gets louder and louder as it stacks. As you end up doing, like, you know, a whole bunch of stuff, it starts getting really loud. And I guess I didn't really see that. So I looked at my little meter and it was like starting to get into the yellow. Alright, we're not gonna go over there yet. That's the Tomei Highland. We still need to find the Black Marsh waypoint. I don't know that we're gonna farm the tower because I don't really need to, because I already have like a bunch of low level runes. But we're gonna at least hit it once, because, you know. It is a playthrough. There's the tower. Let's find the waypoint. It should be around here somewhere. It'll probably be like the farthest possible place from it could be from the tower. Sometimes that happens. It's like the worst possible spot. Oh, there it is. Good. That's not too bad. Alright, let's go down in the... Or let's actually go back to town and sell some of this shit off. And then we'll go into the tower. That's not a bad, actually, like, beginner helmet. But I think we're over it. Could probably use a belt. Use a belt and a kisser. Meh. Alright. What level? Oh yeah, we were putting their strength too. Okay. I don't know what level it is. I'm level 15. I think I can get the better belts at 15. I think I can get mesh. These ones, yeah. Good. We have a little bit of money, so we'll gamble a couple of them. Maybe we'll get snake cord or whatever the fuck it's called. It's not what it is. Maybe we'll get a yellow one. They hold another row. That's why we're going for one of these. Hmm. Really? Nothing? Come on, man. Don't burn me like this. Don't do me like that, Daddy. Damn. Why are you guys being all stingy with the fucking yellows? Holy shit. I don't think I've seen not getting a rare like this much ever. I'm also gonna go for these boots. Dude, what is going on? There we go. There's some boots. I don't know what's up with that belt though, dude. There's a yellow. 2 yellows. Oh, finally. Alright, so let's see. This one is cold 10, fire 10, poison 15. Wow, that's a really good belt for this level. It's a great belt. Alright, we're good. I guess good things come to those who wait sometimes. That was decent. I don't really need anything else. Maybe some gloves. I don't want to burn all of my money, but it looks like we're going to. Oh wait, I have some. I just don't know if they're useful for me. I think I have blood fist in here or something. Don't I? Yeah, I have some blood fists. Those are decent. Little life boost gloves for now. Nothing great. It's something. And then when we get 75 strength, we'll put those on. The Saigon shield. That'll give us a little booster Rooney. Alright. Let's go get us some of that marsh. The Forgotten Tower cellar. Tower cellar level 2. With more ghosts. Ghosts are pretty decent to kill. Not necessarily this early, but they drop runes a lot. But I think they're too early. This is probably too early for them to drop runes, but they drop gems a lot too. So. But if you're gonna farm runes later on, keep an eye out for ghosts because they're pretty good. They have a higher drop rate for runes than most monsters. The best place is still Lower Karas, though. Despite people keep trying to claim that it's cows, it's not. It's Lower Karas. And the reason it's Lower Karas is not just the not just the big chests, but it's all of the chests. Lower Karas has containers, more containers than any other area in the game by a large margin. And all containers have a very good chance of dropping runes. And that's why it's a better spot. It's not necessarily because... Now, I've seen a lot of content creators say that it's because of the big chests and you can just farm the big chests. You know how fucking boring that is? I got better shit to do than to sit there and farm like the same fucking chest 600 times. That shit's absolutely boring as fuck. Ain't nobody got time for that shit. But what you can do is you can farm Lower Karast and hit all of the things, because then at least it's not, you're not loading it up and hitting the same thing and then, like, you know, the same 3 chests and then leaving and loading and hitting the same 3 chests and leaving and loading. What you can do is you can go in and hit the whole fucking area and then leave, and then it feels like you're doing something as opposed to just, you know, spinning a slot machine wheel. And when you do that, you have more chances of getting those high runes, because they don't just come from the super chests. They come from all of the chests and all of the little baskets and all of the little fucking corpses that you flip and all of the logs and everything in Lower Karast. And a lot of people, I don't think they know that. Or maybe they do and they get so used to doing something a certain way that they don't realize that, like, it's better than you think. Because if you're just doing the super chests, then I would think that the cows probably are better, because there's more chances per map to find stuff, because you're killing all the cows, and each time you kill a cow you have a chance to drop a rune. And they also have some containers there too. They have chests and rocks that flip over and things like that where you can find runes, and chests and all that shit. But like, Lower Karast, like I said, is really, really good, not just because of the 3 super chests that you can get there, but because all of the things you can get there. Because there's a whole shit ton of, because every time you open one of those containers, you have a chance to get a rune. Not just the super chests. So there's some misconceptions that I just want to clear up, because I watch a lot of YouTube in general about games that I play when I'm just looking to kill some background noise or whatever, and you know, you fire it up for some background noise, and you hear a lot of people say a lot of things, and a lot of it's just not true. And a lot of it's like, well, that's kind of true, but it would be, you know, better if you just kept going, right? Sure, you can just do the super chests, and sure, the super chests have bigger volume drops in general than the not super chests, but it doesn't mean that you're going to have a much higher chance to get a rune out of a super chest than a regular chest, because it's the same fucking thing. Super chests have more loot, but they're still going to have, maybe they have 2 or 3 times more, you know, chance to get a rune than a regular one does. But if you only do the 3 super chests in the one map, like I said, first of all, it's boring, right? Because because you're just doing the same shit over and over and over again, and you're doing it really fast. You're like, you know, slot machine spinning. But secondly, you literally have a chance every single time you open a corpse or a barrel or a basket or a thing, and there are like 100 things to open in Lower Karast, like easily. Like, it's crazy. There's so many things. There's so many chests and so many barrels and so many corpses and so many logs and rocks and all kinds of shit. And I have done really well in Lower Karast previous, even on BattleNet, even not in Players 8. Just opening everything. Is it as sexy as popping the super chest? No, because the super chest have the big splash and they can do all kinds of stuff. But the regular chests do shit too, so you know. And again, it doesn't feel it's not as grindy because you're not hitting the same 3 things over and over again every couple, like every 2 minutes or less. However long it takes you to go in there and pop the 3 chests and leave, and then make a new game and pop 3 chests and leave. So maybe it's like every couple of seconds. It's just I don't know, man. I used to grind like that though, like back in the day when I was like really young, in the early days of the Diablos, of Diablo 2. Yeah, I used to grind like that. I used to go in and do like, you know, like 400 Mephisto runs a day. But that shit got old. It got boring. And then what I started doing, and this was because I used to use sorceresses and stuff, and then I started playing characters like Summon Necromancers, which were more fun, and doing shit like that with a character like this is really fucking lame. Because you have to summon corpses every fucking time. So it's more fun to make a game, get all your corpses, and then just hit all of the spots in the same game. Right? You don't just hit Mephisto 400 times. You hit Mephisto once, you hit Andariel, you know, you hit fucking Diablo, you hit Baal, you hit Eldritch and Shank, you hit Pindle, you know, you hit all of them. You hit wherever you want to go, and then yeah, go hit LK, go hit what the fuck's the name of that place? Trav. Like you just hit all the spots. And then you make a run out of it, right? And then it's like a whole thing. And then it doesn't feel like you're just grinding like something like every couple of seconds and it gets crazy old. Then you're like doing a thing. And it may not be as efficient as doing the one thing 400 times, but you're not working, man. You're playing a game. And it's more fun to go around and kill all the different things in the same game and then eventually making a new game than it is to go in and go like, oh, I gotta make 600 games an hour. Like, what the fuck, dude? That's not fun. Like I said, I used to do that shit and it wasn't fun back then either. But it felt like, you know, I had to do that in order to get the thing, to be good at Diablo, and that's not how you get good at Diablo. That's how you burn yourself out. And some people are down with that, and that's okay. Like, cool. If that's your thing, if you like grinding the same exact fucking thing 400 times in an hour, go with God, man. You know, but I just can't do that shit. It make me crazy. So that's why I go in and I just do the whole fucking map. I just do all the special spots. And it's way more fun that way. And it's still really profitable, and it also, like I said, when it comes to like LK, you're not just hitting 3 things, you're hitting like a couple hundred, you know. Well, not a couple hundred. You're hitting like, you know, close to 100 things in the same spot. That's actually not a bad one at all. This is mastery amp damage, but this is raise amp damage. That's 3 mastery though. Well, we're gonna dump both of these pretty soon anyway. We'll keep this just for shits and giggles. We'll keep it in our stash. In case we make another Necromancer for some reason. I don't know why we would need to make another Necromancer. We already have one, but you never know. That's a decent one. I have to start hoarding shit sometime, right? There's Tal, and I think I have it. I have one Eth. Okay, I have an Eth right there. Tal, Eth. So as soon as we hit 17, there's Tal, Eth, and I probably have another Tal, Eth right there. For my Merc. And she hit 17. She's 15 and we are 6. Oh, we're going to be 17 in like literally a second. Oh shit. Alright, well let's do that then. I didn't realize we were right there. Well, we have to go somewhere where we actually get experience for killing shit, which is Tomei Highland. The tomato. The big tomato. Maybe she'll level up real quick too. See which kind of experience she's getting. She's not getting shit. She's getting a tiny bit of experience. What will we 17? Alright, let's kill these guys off and then we'll go back. Put on our... We'll craft our first rune word. And we'll finish up. What level is she? Nope, she's not even close. Okay, so... Sell some shit. Ooh, she does have the chain. Oh, man. I was wondering if she was selling ring mail, and if she was, I was gonna buy some. And then I can put it in the ring mail. But now I have to shop it. Let's see if we can, let's do a couple more. It needs to be 2 socket though, not 3. Unless that was a fluke. Nope, okay, good. So we get that 2 socket, then we can buy that and use that instead of the leather armor. Not that it really matters, but it kind of does. It doesn't, but it's like, I don't know. It feels better to have the extra little tiny bit of extra defense. Oh shit. I guess sometimes she doesn't have it. Oh man, if this is going to be a pain in the ass, then forget it. But I just thought I could get it in a couple shots. There it is. It's superior too. Look at that. Haha. So we go to our rune words and we do Tal Eth. Double check. Just to make sure. Yep, Tal Eth. Which is smoke. So we go Tal, boop, and Eth, boop, and then we have stealth. Not smoke, it's stealth. And this gives us faster walk run, faster cast rate, faster hit recovery, faster mana regenerate, some poison resist, some magic damage reduced by 3, which is actually a lot. People don't realize how good magic damage reduced by or damage reduced by is as a stat. It's fucking really, really, really good. It's a lot more than people realize. And then, yeah, and some stamina and shit, some good poison resist, good armor. So we don't need this fucking thing. She's got one. And when she turns 17, maybe we'll give her some. But she's not 17 yet. She's only 17. 17. There's some new sounds, guys. Well, I guess not from last time, but last stream was so bad that I kind of forgot what we did. I was really triggered by literally everything. It was a bad thing. I don't know why. I don't even know why I bothered streaming last time when I did. It was just so horrible. I shouldn't have even tried. And then the other one I think is this one. And then we got a new 420 one. Zombie Taco, totally. And we got this one. We got Ludicrous Taco. Where is it? Yep. Nudist was infatuated with that one. I can't believe what a horrible day I had that day too. That was like, what was that, Friday? No, it was Thursday. Man, what a horrible stream that was. He really liked it. Yeah, he did. He was like, I can't believe you have that one. It was Thursday. Man, that was awful. It was so bad. I was just getting, I was getting set off by little shit in the game, and then like I was already just kind of set off anyway, I think. You know? It was just not, it wasn't good. I mean, I don't want to blame. It's not just the game, right? It was other shit, but like that game in particular will bring out like some really bad fucking shit sometimes because of how fucked up it can be, right? And so like if you're already in a bad mood, like that's just not gonna help. And that's kind of what it was. It was a culmination of like the game was fucking with me, and like I was already in a bad mood, and it was just a bad experience. I even deleted the VOD. I was just like, fuck it. This didn't happen. So I finished watching a interesting series last night. It was a really short mini series. Um, there's a Guy Ritchie movie that was pretty good called The Gentleman that came out a couple years ago that I watched. It was okay. And apparently he made like a mini series based off of the movie. It's like an 8-part mini series based off of the movie. And it's basically the same plot as the movie, but like extended like dramatically. Like they added a lot. It's not the same movie, but it's like it's the same premise. Um they just ran with it a lot further. It was a decent watch. It was still kind of had it was stylistic, but it wasn't as stylistic as I thought it would be, because Guy Ritchie movies usually have a very specific kind of I don't know. There's kind of a cool factor going on, but it's almost like he's trying too hard. But it still works, you know? It's kind of fun. And there was a little of that in there, but it wasn't nearly as much as I expect. Like I expected a lot more. But it was a fun movie. It was interesting. There was good stuff in it. There was definitely some fun characters and shit, but it wasn't as like what's the word I'm looking? It wasn't as hipster, I guess, is like usually Guy Ritchie movies have a little bit of a hipster vibe to it, like Snatch and stuff like that. Um and this was a little more, it was a little less hipster, and it was a little more like gangster. But it was pretty decent. It's called The Gentleman. It was about a, oh yeah, and the cool part about it is um it was this okay, like he did shit that's kind of like it's like almost fourth wall, right? But like he did it anyway and it works. But you totally the whole time you get the thing. But one of the drug dealers in the movie or in the TV show is the guy who plays Gus Fring or Gustavo Fring in Breaking Bad, right? And he's a very sophisticated, very smart meth dealer, which is what he is in Breaking Bad. And I was like, very rich, very sophisticated, very upscale, very smart. And I was just like, this is the same guy. His name wasn't Gustavo Fring, but I mean, he probably had some copyright issues with that. but it was totally a nod to him. And it was the same character that played it. It's the same actor. So that was pretty funny. It took me a minute. I was like, wait a minute. That's dude from Breaking Bad. And it's like, wait, he's playing the same character. It's just a different name. But it's the same same mannerisms, like maybe not quite as maybe not quite as OCD as Gustavo was, but it was like the same. It's pretty much the same. So that was kind of a I got a kick out of that, right? Like there was stuff like that in there, you know. And then of course, because it was a Guy Ritchie movie, that one guy is in it. He's in every one of Guy Ritchie movies, and I can't remember his name, but he played Bullet Tooth Tony in Snatch. And he was in Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Gun Barrels, and the original Gentleman movie, and another one that I recently saw that he was in. Guy Ritchie did a movie with the fuck's his name? Man, I can't remember his name. Anyway, he's been doing a bunch of movies lately, and they've been hitting it on Netflix. And that guy's in like every single one of them, and I can't remember his fucking name. Hold on. Smash. Vinnie Jones. That's who it is. Who's also in Gone in 60 Seconds, by the way. Or The Italian Job. No, it's Gone in 60 Seconds. Where he's deaf. Or no, he's not deaf. He's mute until the end of the movie, and it's like, yeah. I think he's in every single one of Guy Ritchie's movies that's ever been made. I'm pretty sure. But he's in that movie. Or he's in that TV show. Another really good source of money is these. Find staves and log staffs. Look to see if they have skills on them. If they don't, throw them out. If they do, they're worth $5,000 to $10,000. Oh, I see what I did. It's down here. Okay. I had to get the malice, though. We might actually do better with some of these champions, throwing the old Iron Maiden on them. Maybe not Ghosts, because Ghosts already have physical immunity. We'll use amp damage. But some of these monsters, we might want to throw the Iron Maiden. Because that works really good on the bosses anyway. Because they hit so hard. And since we're on players 8, the champions are hitting pretty hard. And basically what Iron Maiden does is it reflects the damage back to the attacker. So when you cast it on a boss and it hits your golem, it does a fuck ton of damage to your golem, but then it also does a fuck ton of damage to the boss. And the golem I put 5 points into so he can take the hit and still survive. And he also slows them down a little bit, which may be a little bit counterproductive, but it still does the job. You know what we can do? There it is. Whoop, there it is. Saigons. Taco. What up, dude? You know what? Let's get that back. We're gonna do something. This is something. Oh, wait, we don't have a cube. Never mind. I was gonna show everybody this thing you can do that some people don't know about, but we don't have a cube, so it doesn't matter. If you have the Herodric cube, once you get one, you can put 3 of the rings in and you'll get an amulet. But it doesn't do you any good if you don't have a cube yet, and we don't have a cube yet until Act 2, so never mind. Go get some scrolls. Just buy all of them. I don't care. I have money. I have money. So we return the malice to Charcy. She will give us a if we put a thingy in her in here, she will make it rare. You kind of want to save that a little bit till you get a higher up level usually. So you get better mods on whatever you're giving her. But as a necromancer, you generally want to give her some kind of shrunken head. And maybe you can get a +2 skills on it or something at some point if you're really lucky. Or some kind of good skills. But anyway, yeah, I forgot that we hit level 75, so we put the Saigon shield on. And now we do, so now we can do we have +1 skill and blocking. And if we get another piece of Saigon's gear, it'll stack. The bonus will stack because it's a set. And the more pieces of a set you have, the more bonuses you get out of wearing the different pieces. Taco? Yep. Sorry. Sometimes I get quiet when I'm doing stuff and I'm spacing out. Taco, taco. I got a new pull up too. There it is. There's a Twitter poll. Meatball sub versus spaghetti and meatballs. Mmm. This is a tough choice. Alright. Back to the game. I do too, Tiff. I saw your DM. What did he do this time? I mean, I hate him in general, but what specifically? If you're at liberty to say, unless it's like political and shit, which it could be. Oh, is it? Okay. We'll talk about it later then. Dude, I don't even understand what the fucking, like... Everybody, dude. It's not even like, it's not even that. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's, yeah, it's bad. But it's like bad from everybody, and it's kind of pissing me off. Because people are buying into a popular notion because it's popular because it's election season, right? And then so like they're pretending like something is a certain way that they're gonna fix because that's what, like, you know, those people do. And it's like it doesn't need to be fixed because it's not a problem, but everyone's pretending it is. Oh yeah, well he's extra asshole-ish on everything, of course. That's hilarious, dude. I think that's one of the funniest things about the site. The only good thing that came out of him taking the site over was that, and it's constantly being used against him. And I think it's fucking hilarious. It's like, that's right, asshole. Careful what you wish for. I guarantee you that's not going to last very long. I think at some point he's going to get tired of being like fact checked all the time, and he's going to dump it. You know what I'm saying? I wish he'd just fucking sell the site to somebody, you know? Just anybody. Just go away. Yeah. Just fuck off, dude. Nobody cares about your shit anymore. All you're doing is being an asshole. You're not doing anything good for anybody. You're running the site into the gutter. Yeah. Just fucking go away. Not like he's ever going to be able to make his money. He was never going to be able to make his money back when he bought it. That's the thing that I didn't understand the most. Like, there was no possible way. It was already losing money when he bought it. And it's like, by like a lot. And it's like, you're paying such an insane amount of money for this site, and there's no way you're ever going to make your money back on it. And now he's lost so much money on that thing. It's fucking stupid. It's like, it's not possible for him to make up the money on it. He's not going to be able to make that kind of money from that thing. It just won't happen. It's just not. It costs too much. You know? It's crazy. Yeah. Basically, yeah. Really, I get those all the time. Well, the reason why he got rich at PayPal is because he didn't do anything. He was an investor and then liked to pretend like he was actually doing more than he was doing. It's really obvious that he doesn't know shit about code, but everybody thought he did at first, right? Because he lied to everybody. But then, like, real programmers like exposed him really quickly at once he bought Twitter, at just how much he doesn't know at all what he's fucking talking about, by tripping him up with like the simplest shit imaginable. And he just completely fell for it, and it was like, dude, you don't know a fucking thing, do you? He really doesn't know shit. He's really good at pretending he knows things, and he doesn't know a fucking thing. He doesn't. He doesn't know shit. So he was able to fucking talk his way, and that's probably how he survived at PayPal and all that other stuff. When he was in with the first group that eventually changed to PayPal and then sold it and all that stuff. Like, he wasn't actually doing things. He was claiming credit for it. But I doubt that he was actually doing any code, because like the things that we've seen that got exposed when he first joined Twitter, like, it's so obvious. It's like, dude, he doesn't know he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know shit. It's really obvious. And this is true with a lot of the things that he's into. He'll like he's really good at fooling people who don't know any better at shit. That's what he's really good at, and that's probably why he's so successful. He's just another con artist. That's all. Oh, absolutely. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. But what I'm saying is, like, he happened to be really good at conning a lot of people into thinking things that weren't true about him. And it was really obvious that the worst thing that happened to him was that he bought Twitter, and by doing it, he thought he had this little channel to speak to everybody. All of a sudden, people who kind of got glimpses into him, who didn't know a lot about him, now 200 million people were being exposed to him every day and all the crazy shit that he could think of. And all of a sudden, somebody who was getting away with everybody thinking he was a genius because he wasn't saying a lot of things publicly is now saying everything publicly, and everyone's realizing that he's not actually a genius at all. He's just an idiot who has a lot of money and managed to con a lot of people who didn't know that he wasn't really all that smart into a lot of shit. And that's basically what it is. And it's funny. But that, I mean, I understand that's what a lot of CEOs do. That's how it works. But I just thought it was funny. Like, before Twitter, a lot of people thought he was really smart. Like, I know, like, smart people thought he was kind of smart because they didn't know because he was really good at just conning people who weren't looking into it. But once you start looking into the details of shit, you're like, oh, dude, what are you talking about? And then he'll say some shit that's like, you would only say that if you didn't know what you were talking about and thought you did, right? Like that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying though. He bought those companies that were already doing the things that he wanted to do, and then, like, you know, got to put his big face on it, like he was in charge, like he was actually doing things there. But he's not. He just owns the shit. So he, you know, he likes to tell people he's a rocket scientist and that he's a programmer and a coder and all this stuff. He isn't. Well, I imagine that's true. Yeah. No, they don't. I know. I know somebody who's very, very big into SpaceX, and he absolutely has told me many times they let him think that he's doing some stuff, but he doesn't get to make a lot of the really big major decisions anymore. He did for a little while, and it wasn't working out very well. He put him back for, like, pretty far behind, so he doesn't get to make a lot of the big decisions anymore. So. Yeah, but, you know, legacies are what they are. I don't care. I just don't want him fucking up my shit anymore. That's all. Because I joined that site in 2009, and I enjoyed it for a long time, and he came along and fucked it all up. And I want to stop fucking it up. I want him to go away, stop fucking it up, sell it to literally anybody else, and then I can enjoy it again, maybe. Exactly. Exactly. Yep. Dude, you know how many people the exact same thing, like big famous people or people who like, oh my god, dude, this is so true with so many people. If they had just shut the fuck up, people would have thought they were amazing, and then they were like, nope. And I'm not gonna go there right now because I could go there really bad. I don't want to. I'm trying really hard not to be political about a lot of different people, on both sides of the aisle, really. But I don't want to start these big wars, and I don't want to talk about politics on the game channel, like I was saying. But like, yeah, there's definitely a lot of people that I can think of right now. Who were a lot better off if they had just shut the fuck up. They would have gone down in history as been like amazing, and then like they couldn't help themselves, and now they're like, dude, you guys are crazy. You're absolutely insane. Yeah. You took TweetDeck away from you. Yeah, that sucks, dude. I know. He took away he took away my what's that called? Exposure on my pulse thing. I can't remember what the word I'm looking for is. But it dropped by 90% because I don't pay for the site. And I didn't have to pay for it before. And then because I don't pay for it, that dropped by 90%, and like I lost a lot of like potential that I was going to do with what I was doing. Yeah, engagement. Yep. That's what it is. A lot of engagement, and not just engagement. No, it's engagement and impressions. Actually, because despite what people might think, you don't actually get to see everything anymore. Not as much. And they actually hide a lot of things that you post from some people. Like when you see, if you see a tweet now, if you look at the little number that says how many comments there are, it'll be like 75, and you'll only see like 25 of them. And then sometimes you can click, it'll say more, and they'll give you like 10 more. But there'll be like 30 something that you don't see. And there's no way for you to see them. And that's part of that. And it's not just hiding bots. I mean, some of it's hiding bots, but a lot of it's just the way that it limits exposure. Like, you just can't see shit. And people that pay to use the site are supposed to get more exposure, but still not 100%. And before, it used to be everybody. You used to see everything. Here's an Elon comparison. You made Zuckerberg not look like a douchebag compared to Elon. I know, right? Because Zuck used to be the big, like, you know, and then Elon showed up and you're like, holy crap, dude. Like, he's making Zuck look good. And that's awful because Zuck's really bad. But he's not Elon bad. Oh, bots? Yeah, that stuff's annoying. I get a lot of bots. Oh my god, I get more bots than I ever have. Like, every day. It's insane how many bots I get. I get so many bot follows, bot likes. I get a lot of fake engagement where you get those bots like thought bots and shit that are fucking like, you know, they'll just like a random post from like 4 years ago just so that maybe you'll like follow them back for some reason or something, so that they can DM you some shit or whatever. And then the other one I keep getting still, which is driving me nuts, is I keep getting tagged into bullshit. And the bots that are tagging people are trying to exploit the monetization side of the thing, because Elon was stupid and decided that he would pay certain people. If you paid to use his site, if you got enough verified people to view your content, he would start like paying you for it. But like most people aren't going to make any money on that because it takes a shit ton of people to get any money out of it. But what happened is these bots are tagging literally like just random people on the site constantly. And what happens is if you're tagged in a post, it shows up in your notifications that you've been tagged in a post. So the moment you click on that post, you are now engaging with that post, and they now actually get a cut of the money if you're verified from looking at that post. But most people aren't verified on the site anymore because they're realizing what a scam it is. So it's just a big fucking waste of everyone's time, and it's really annoying. But they're trying to basically scam the system with the little, with the tag in stuff. AI generated news is a real threat. It's like finding out grandma got fooled and paid a Nigerian prince. Yeah. Well, just verify your shit. You know, that's my rebuttal to that. If something, if you see something and you're taking it seriously enough to where it may have a real impact on your life, you should verify that information before you act on it. But we don't teach people that. We just teach them to instantly react without verifying anything for some reason, or they just learn to do it that way. And then everyone ends up shit posting a bunch of bullshit. Oh yeah, I'm not picking on anyone in particular. I'm just saying in like I'm going with the proverbial like we, you, everybody. Okay. The collective. So we're almost at Andariel, which is good timing because we're also almost at 4 hours, which is pretty good. So once we kill Andariel and we get to Act 2, we'll probably just call it. Now, 4 hours to get to Act 2 on Players 8 is really fucking slow. But, you know, what can I say? I talk a lot. I'm enjoying myself. It is what it is. I'm not here for speed records. But Act 1 is the longest act anyway, so It'll get quicker from here. Act 3 can be pretty long, depending on if you get lost in the jungle. But Act 1 is still the longest act. And once this is done, then the rest are a lot quicker. Until we get to hell mode. And then everything slows way the fuck down. Because you have to end up grinding shit out and farming stuff. Alright, Act 3, what? Catacombs level 3. Did we get the waypoint? Wait, did we get the waypoint for level 2? Yeah, we did. I remember we did. Okay. Just want to make sure. Sometimes I forget to get that waypoint, and then I feel like an asshole because you can't farm in Dario later. And Andariel's a pretty good place to farm. No offense taken or anything, but the next 50 ways to verify things are also spammed. Bot leads and most people get fooled. It's always about source material. Yeah, it's always about sources, dude. Go find the sources, look at the sources, verify the sources. There's fake websites, dude. Like there's full on there's a actual chain of propaganda websites that are made to look like newspapers, except none of them have ever had any real newspapers. I stumbled across this recently. They're all taking names from other papers but changing the city name, so it sounds like something that is familiar, but it's actually the city's wrong in the name, so it's not actually that thing, so they don't get sued. And then they post a bunch of propaganda on there as if it's news, and then a lot of people use it as their source when they're making arguments for things. And then a lot of really uncredible news sources, even on TV, also cite these as sources. And a lot of prominent people, specifically politicians and assholes who happen to run websites, will also do the same thing, and because maybe they don't know that it's not real. But I looked into it and I'm like, oh, and then you can tell because it's all the same shit. So it is easier to get fooled sometimes, but if you dig around, you can find the truth. If you look at it and you're like, okay, with this looks like a shady thing. This doesn't sound right. And then you go look and you see who the parent company is, or you see, oh, it's just that. Okay, these are all the same thing. Like I found out about this one very specific thing. Because I had heard that and I'm like, wait a minute, that's not a real thing because I live here and that's not a thing. It was mimicking one that sounded like it would be here, but it wasn't. And it ended up being like a completely fake site, and it was connected. It was owned by a whole bunch of other places that are also pretending to be newspapers that are online, like places that started out as like old newspapers or whatever, like it's one of those kind of things. They're like pretending to be like newspapers that went digital, but there never were newspapers because they were never anything. And the reason why it's really easy to make a website these days. So it's actually always really been really easy to make a website, but a lot of people didn't know that. They still don't know that. And I think that's part of the problem too. If people realized how easy it was to make a website, they probably would have a lot less faith in them just because they look credible on their surface. Like, It is so insanely, stupidly easy to make a website. And websites even make themselves now. Like, it's so... And it's like... It takes no effort. And you can say whatever you want and make it look like a credible website, and people will probably believe you. You just have to know what you're doing. And then to show up on Google searches, there's a trick to that too. And if you know what you're doing, it's just really easy to set all this up. It's if you're trying to push some kind of a thing, it's really easy to get that to do that if you know what you're doing, and to fool a lot of people. It's unfortunate, but it is the way of the world. Yeah, totally. One thing I have really noticed in the last few months is AI headlines are ridiculously lazy and dumb. Yeah, they are. Yep. Yeah, AI is also writing stories for a lot of the papers, or they're writing the headlines of the story. Sometimes both. Um, where are we at? Okay. Yeah, it's all crazy. It's all crazy. We're doomed. Okay, Catacombs level 4. Here we go. Now we got to set this to that. I was gonna kick it down right now. Nice. That's so true. I was going to kick the players level back down to normal for Andariel, but then I decided I'm gonna leave it on 8 and see if we can't beat her on 8, because if we do, she has a much better chance of dropping something sexy. And I would like a nice drop. And I think we can handle her on 8. We've been doing the rest of the game on 8, and we're already level 20, so like it shouldn't be a problem. And I'm using Iron Maiden because that's what I'm going to use on her anyway. Although it's not going to help that much against the flares and shit. And then I gotta get... I was gonna swap my Merc out for some Tal F armor, but I'm gonna wait till I get to Act 2 and then just get the other Merc and give him the armor. Alright, we gotta kill this motherfucker. And Ariel's gonna be running over here soon, but we have one more shaman to kill. That one. Shit. Too late. Alright, there's Andariel. So we gotta watch our golem, because if he gets poisoned, we might have to remake him. But see how she's dying? Because she's hitting my my skeletons. And they have... And she has Iron Maiden on her. And that's it. There we go. We got her. Level player's 8. She dropped a bunch of yellow shit. And I probably don't have room for anything. They have a whole bunch of dumb shit. Let's get rid of the dumb shit. All right, she dropped a UN. That might be good for us. +2 race skeleton, +2 skeleton mastery, clay golem. Nope, we're running the +3. Gnarled staff. Frozen armor, that's going to be worth some good... Both of these are going to be worth good money in Act 2, though. Heavy gloves. I think I like the blood fist still. Targe. Now this is a paladin shield. It doesn't have skills on it, so it's not going to be worth anything. And it's ethereal, so it's not going to be worth anything. We'll take the mace, the chip ruby or regular ruby. And if we go up here, there's more stuff. Oh, we should pick that up too and see what that is. If we go up here, there might be more stuff to kill. Alright. Anyway, that is the Act Boss dead. And so we will go... Everyone's like, yay! Yay! We talk to Wereve, he goes east, and then we can sell some shit. 2 hours left, this is when I start getting sleepy. Yeah, I'm about ready to bail myself in a couple minutes. I just wanted to get to Act 2 and sell some shit and go get our merc. See how this is worth $10,000? That I was talking about, and this one is too because it has skills on it. Now it's 10,000 is the max you can sell something for in Act 2. If I were to hold on to that, I could sell it in Act 3 for maybe 15 or maybe even more, because 15 is the max for Act 3, 20 is the max for Act 4, and 25 I think is the max for Act 5. And then like in normal, like at some point, like I think 50 is the max for anything. Maybe it's 25. I don't remember. In any mode. But anyway, it's sometimes just not worth hanging on to it for 5,000 more bucks because, you know, look, I got like 80 grand. I haven't done shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like money isn't really an issue anymore. We don't need this anymore. Although this is a good bow. It's a good starter bow. We should save in case we need it for something. I probably have like mules with all kinds of shit on it I didn't even look at. And I don't need any of this crap. But for now, we'll hang on to it because we're stupid. Alright, so we're taking this stuff off because we're going to swap out our mercenary for a new mercenary. An Act 2 mercenary. And we are going to take, we can take Defiance or Prayer or Blessed Aim in normal mode. They're all really good. Blessed Aim is good if you have a problem with your monsters hitting stuff. I don't, generally. I think it's fine. Prayer is okay. When you get Insight, it's a lot better, but by the time you get Insight, you're probably looking at getting your Act 2 Nightmare Mercenary, which is gonna have might. So you won't even really need prayer anyway. But prayer's pretty good. It gives you healing. It gives him healing. Gives everybody +6 heal. Which is just like regenerate, like life regenerate. Or Defiance, which gives you some defense, which is actually pretty good. A lot of people don't take Defiance because it doesn't work that well because a lot of people will run most of the time. But if you're in a really tough fight, if you switch from run to walk, your defense will actually work. It's designed to work when you're not running. A lot of people don't know that either. So if you have Defiance on your mercenary and you push from run to walk, all of a sudden you guys get really tanky, and you can handle a lot of shit. So Defiance is pretty good for that, and Prayer is pretty good if you just want something to keep everybody topped off. And because we're gonna kind of blaze through shit, I think we're just gonna take Prayer. Although I do like Defiance. They're both pretty good. I don't know. And we have to take Wahid because Wahid is like the name of like the original Merc. He's like, it's Wahid, Hazad, and Emilio are like the three like original main ones. And then these other guys have been there for a long time as well. Jamali, Kasim. But Wahid is like, he's my boy. So we're going to take Prayer, we're going to take Wahid. It really doesn't matter. This is just me being stupid. But yes, we're going to take Wahid. And now we have Wahid who has a Prayer aura. And he needs a weapon. So we're going to go get him some kind of a spear with 3 sockets. I was thinking about the halberd here, but it's strength 75, and I don't think he has that. Strength 74. So if he gets 1 level, I could give him this halberd and put 5 gems in it. It'll be insane. Until he gets, until I get him like a rune word item. Insight we won't get. Well, we could get Insight. What level's Insight? Maybe it's 20. No, I think Insight's 20 something. Let me look something up real quick, and then we'll be done. Items, rune words. I think Insight is like level 23 or something, which is why we can't take it. Level 27. All right. Otherwise, I just do Insight right now, but we can't Yeah, level 27. All right, never mind. So we'll save these for a rainy day, and let's see what she has for sale. I still need to make him a 2-socketed something. I can get him a Taleth like I have. I could give him this scale mail, but I think we can do better. We could probably get him some chain and a better helmet. But most importantly, we need a socketed weapon. That he could use. Where's town at? If you leave town, well, sometimes it's easier to just do this. The quest is down there, but we need to leave town and come back to reset the vendors. That's not bad. There's a superior breastplate, 2-socketed. We'll just give him that. That's fine. And then he needs a weapon. All right. Well, let's make him the armor. Just tell does I have any strength bonus? Because maybe we can. No. Okay. You know what? What gives strength? One of these gems does. We can put strength in his helmet. Strength, amethyst. Let's give him a socketed helmet with an amethyst in it, and then we can put a bunch of gems in that 5-socketed thing, and give him that, and it'll be crazy. Yeah. So we'll take this. We'll put that's 4. I don't want to waste a perfect. We'll put a flawless amethyst in it. That'll give him 8 strength. His strength is now 82, which means he can use this, which is a 5-socketed. I think he can. What's the dexterity? Okay, it's a 5-socketed halberd, so we can put 5 gems in there and make it really fucking badass for a while. I don't want to waste my perfect gems because I'm going to use these to reroll charms later, but I can use these. So this will be 1 to 30 lightning damage. Poison damage, fire damage, cold damage, and this is really important, some life leech. We'll actually use a perfect skull for that. Well, no, because perfects are also still perfect. So we'll use a flawless skull. There we go. So now he's doing one of each element and life leech. And life leech is going to keep him alive with the prayer, because he's going to, not only is he going to keep regenerating life, but he's also going to be stealing it when he attacks. So now, when we give him this, his damage is 23 to 38, and now it's 119 to 231. It's like, now he's super badass. And now when we go down into the tunnels here, well, actually we have this quest. Let's go get the quest. Oops. Well, I guess I should have let that play out, but I don't. Basically, she wants us to go in the tunnels and in the sewers and find Radamant and kill him, and then we'll get a skill book for it, and all the vendors will sell us stuff cheaper, and we'll get a scroll that tells us about the Herodric Cube. So we'd go in here, and we're not gonna play. I gotta go, so we're not gonna play this. But I just wanted to show, like, he turns his aura on, and now it's all crazy, and he's just doing crazy damage. And he's like a total Giga Chad now. And we're still on Players 8, which is nice. All right. Anyway, that's that. So, okay, that's it. So, we're gonna call it a day. Thanks everybody for hanging out, watching me play some video games. Here's the Discord link if anybody needs it. It is still very early in the morning. I'm not sure if I'm streaming again later on tonight. Probably not. But I'm pretty sure I'll stream tomorrow. And that's probably gonna do it. If you like what you see, give me a follow. If you want to support the channel, throw me a sub, and I will see you guys. And if you're watching on YouTube, like and do the things over there as well. And that's it. I know, it's so fast, isn't it? And I'll see you guys next time. So thanks everybody. Peace out. Eat plenty of tacos. Get plenty of sleep. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. And have a great weekend. And I'll hope to see you tomorrow.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.